Okay, that's good. What the snus? Hey, Amy. Are you gonna play? Hey, Carlos. Hey, Husky. Yo, go Mom Donnie. Yes, I'm happy. Finally, it feels like Woke isn't dead. Leaving for bowling in 25 minutes? Gotcha. Okay. I don't know how long I'm gonna play for. I'm gonna probably at least till around 100, and I'm just gonna play till I'm bored. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Hey, Banana Man. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying the videos. You're drilling drums? Drilling is in, like, practicing? This game must have taken at least 2 minutes. Yeah, just about. I started the game when I started the stream. And I'm, like, I don't know about you guys, I'm just built different. So I got to around 82 in 2 minutes. Nice. I just left off where I were? No. I just restarted 3 minutes ago. This was from round 1, this stream. Although my Richtofen is awful silent. I'm not used to no character quotes. Sort of makes it a lot less interesting. Would you guys agree? It's so much better. I don't know. I feel like it just takes away from the vibe, you know? I'm on world record pace. Just don't look at the top left. Yeah, just I just hide the game timer. It's too annoying. I completely disagree. Richtofen's fun. Hey, Jace. Going well. How are you? Although the reason I'm keeping them silent is so I can hear power-ups. I miss hearing you attack the doctor every 10 seconds. Currently doing Shinonuma restarts. That's fun. Black Ops 1 Shinonuma or one of the others? Oh, it's BO1 Shinonuma? Okay, yeah. Alright. You can 256 by Saturday, surely. I believe it. I still find it crazy how far you're gonna play without Luna. It's more fun. I mean, I believe it. It definitely makes it a lot more interesting. Because you're, like, finding more creative ways to get ammo besides just having it drop. Okay, I need to not read chat while I'm doing this, because this is where it gets sketchy. It's way slower. I mean, yeah, I could imagine. You would have been well past 256 by now if you were running Luna. Am I playing Moon with Deadwire Kuda? Not right now. No, I'm gonna get the Dingo with Deadwire a little bit later in this game. You're 332 on PC with 79 hours. I didn't realize you played a game that long. See, I hate to say it, but I would genuinely be more interested in going for more BO4 records if they didn't take so damn long. Oh yeah, that's the one that froze. I didn't realize it was 79 hours. But I guess that makes sense for 300s, because like, same number of zombies as older games. Of course it's gonna take a while. Hey, Flanky. Exalted with Luna is disgusting. Were you running time slip in that game? You were, right? Oh. Played Moon yesterday and got some of the worst RNG. Took over 39 rounds to get an excavator to tunnel 11. That's the worst. You got killed by the Astra Moonwalk bug. Okay, well that's technically your fault. Someone didn't watch my astronaut video or my hacker video, because I think I mentioned it in both videos. Is it bad you spent a solid minute comprehending why there's no crafting table in the storage hut? I don't, if you're talking about Vanguard, I don't even remember where the crafting table is. I used to use the crafting table by the Pack-a-Punch area. QR? I'm gonna get it next time I go to spawn. I just got rid of PhD a few rounds ago, and the last time I had an excavator, I forgot to buy Quick Revive. Meant the one where you build the WAF? Oh, the crafting. I've never built the WAF. I've only just hit it from the box whenever I played Shinonuma, which was 3 times total. And on my 3rd attempt, I had the world record. Although, of course, that's since been beaten. How am I here with oxygen? I have the astronaut glitched instead of trapped. Mostly because it will speed up my early game. But eventually I'm going to let Tunnel 11 decompress just because it won't be necessary to, like, or rather, I think when I want to start, like, picking out only 1 drop per round is probably when I'm going to start going to the biodome, because it's a lot easier to, like, gather the horde and not have to worry. It's the riskiest part of this game by far is doing the horde up in here. I just struggle with it so much. Also, all my trade outs are in the biodome, which is great because I already avoided a trade out by getting a biodome insta-kill. You were playing co-op all the way to around 38? Well, wait. On Moon, you said? Because if you were waiting that many rounds to trap the astronaut, on co-op you don't need to trap the astronaut. You have one player use the wave gun, and the other player just sits there, just like walking around in a circle with the astronaut. All right, let me lock in, because I always hate this part of the strategy. Always. This strat is too OP. It really is. Non-EU friendly stream. Yeah, I was gonna stream earlier, but then I was working on the script for the Doris video, which I didn't finish or start because I procrastinated all fucking day. But I was like, I want to play some Moon. Hold on, I'm just locking in for this part of the... Getting ammo in here is the worst. Oh, okay. I'll take the extra kill that didn't give me a drop. Love it. There we go. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, I see. So obviously someone else hacked the Pack-a-Punch. I went to the Biodome last stream, not for ammo, for a trade out, because I used all my Gershes and didn't get a drop. Hold on. Would you rather have been a YouTuber that ditched BO4 to chill for Fortnite, or be a YouTuber that chills for BO7? I would like to be friends with Decal. When he was going for his Moon Round 100, he told me he watched my guide. And then he did not listen to most of what was in the guide. But he seems cool. You know, he and I interact a little bit. I think he and I can collab. Or at least I would like to at some point. But yes, I'm making fun of him with the title because he took way too many attempts and 11 hours to get to. I know he canceled Spawn. I was in his chat a few times telling him exactly how not to cancel it. And then every time he canceled it, and then he would go, yeah, I see why people will use the trap, or the patch. You're close enough to be in a private group chat with him? The stupid would you rather have returned now answer? I don't know about that last one. I guess I would have rather shielded for Fortnite, because at the very least Fortnite was very popular. Should go for a BO7 999 together. I'm not gonna buy BO7 is the problem. I also know, like, if I don't collab with him in the next week, then then he's going to be preoccupied getting 999 on the first 5 maps that come out by the end of the year. Wait, does he actually? New York State? Or New York City? Because that's... New York State is giant. City? Oh, shit. So he and I could collab. Ira. No, this is my way of poking fun at him while also being like, hey, we should hang out. He moved though. He did live in Pennsylvania, or he did live in New York. I also saw he was going for the Call of the Dead round 100, but he was doing it on BO3 Call of the Dead. Which is funny, because BO1 Call of the Dead is technically not impossible, but you know, getting to 100 either requires serious cheese or something else. He was in New York, but now moved? Ah, I see. It's very time consuming. I mean, 999s are very time consuming. So is this, but like, I sort of take solace in the fact that I know it's going to end after, at most, 78 hours. 100 today? Well, yeah, definitely 100 today. Unless I die doing this ammo run. Would you rather grind World at War co-ops with Krups or grind Easter egg speedruns on Shaolin Shuffle? I don't know. Probably World at War co-ops, just because I don't really like Easter egg speedruns. And I bet if I'm being carried by Krups, if I'm playing with Krups, he could probably just carry me, is what I would hope for. I'm trying to figure out why that sometimes happens. Tradeless 100? So, I mean, I started a trade, but I never finished it because I got a Dome Insta. Do you need to turn on power for this to run this strat? On BO1 you do, on BO3 you don't for most of the game, or for a lot of the game. But, like, the reason you want to turn on power is so that you have the hacker and not... Or so that you have access to the hacker. You can... There is a no power strategy, but... That revolves around, like, you would do this strat, and then you would... bring the zombies to the labs, kill them with a Gersh, and then pick up the hacker, hack whatever it is, and then immediately run and grab a PES. which is how the no power record does it, I believe. Well, that's great. I'm sorry, that's really funny. Hey, how's it going? What is the Robert Englund quote for reaching around 50 on Call of the Dead? I don't remember. But I know, don't Jake and I normally play as Robert Englund? Hey, Matsko. Why did you die when you had the hacker and the power wasn't on in this tunnel? Because you had no oxygen? Because you need oxygen to live? Did you pause like a console and leave BO1 running? I paused I paused the game and I left my PC running. You can hibernate your PC and keep the game going. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. This is gonna be the most interesting trade out. Like, if I just get my drop right here. QED's first hit. Right, you get that. So with power on, you wouldn't need the helmet and be able to use the hacker. Yeah, that's right. Also heard no Widow's Wine either. What do you mean no Widow's Wine? Gersh luck is bad today. QED luck is not doing me any favors. I don't like teleporting when I throw it there. Okay. Could that teleport me into the Tunnel 11 with the Astro? No, because the astronaut's not inside of Tunnel 11. No excavator. Okay, well, I guess let's see how long I hold on to QEDs now. Just need to make sure I don't die. Hey, Freak Bob. How do you keep the astronaut in one place? Look a few videos ago on my channel, I made a whole video about the astronaut and how to glitch it and or trap it. In the tunnel, someone told me it would make you need the helmet. Well, yeah, if you trap the astronaut in the tunnel, you need the helmet. What's with the Nikolai icon near my points? That's the character I'm playing as. You guys don't recognize? It's just like BO3. On BO3, they have a character icon next to your points. It's just same thing on BO1. Okay, well, I guess I have QEDs now. So, that's interesting. Yeah, that was unfortunate and also just not a good play by me. Can QED spawn zombies? It can. It can spawn 24 extra zombies. But what it does, it doesn't just spawn them in instantly, it adds them to the end of the round. So the round will be a little bit longer. There was a teammate went down, so you threw QED at them. The result was you killed the entire team. Nice. Okay, why did that... Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, why did that hardly kill anything? And then I realized. So we are officially 0.5 trades into this game. Now the question becomes, I probably don't QED in here. Because... if I get the rotating, like, ray gun or Mustang, or if I get a rotating M72 Law in here, it probably just gets me killed. So I think when I need more ammo, I go back to Tunnel 6. Yo, the title. Is this the only map with the Zap Gun? It is, unfortunately. I would love to see the Wave Gun Zap Guns return. How big of a difference does First Box on Moon make? In general, very minimal. The only benefit to First Box on Moon is that the pads, the Sporty Footmark, thanks for the sub, is that the pads in the biodome will not spawn a fire sale until you activate fire sales. You sent him my streams when he kept struggling with Moon? I was in his streams when he kept struggling with Moon. So, I'm a little bit faster than he is. One of the best one-and-done wonder weapons. Oh, I agree. It's one of my favorites. It's so cool, you know? The way that they teased this weapon in the trailer was amazing. It's one of the best transforming weapons in that it feels the most seamless. At least, like, when you compare it to the other transforming weapons, like, I guess the stabs technically count, but, like, the Chrysalax, the Ray K... Those ones just feel way clunkier, or like one of the abilities is useless. Whereas this one is really cool. But yeah, like if you don't care about the dome drops, you don't need First Box. Because every power-up becomes a max ammo. You're gonna chuck balls soon? Enjoy. It's like a Thunder Gun, but better. It has the same amount of ammo as a Thunder Gun. It has the same killing power as a Thunder Gun, but it also has Zap Guns. And the Thunder Gun doesn't have Zap Guns, so it has more killing power. I just feel like the Ray K is too clunky. It takes too long to switch between the two variants, which is annoying because you need to combine the variants to get kills. The Chrysalax SMG does infinite damage. No, it doesn't. The Apothicon Servant is the best wonder weapon of all time, objectively. That could have been sketchy. Maybe should have been sketchy. Maybe. I mean, I'm happy to just hold on to QEDs if it'll... The only reason I'm coming in here is because I feel like if the Horde is all in Tunnel 6, they're not going to despawn when I go to Tunnel 11. So I'm respawning them in here, and then I can go back. I think that makes sense. How would you define that? I'm gonna have a whole video on it at some point, but like I think that a good wonder weapon has 4 pillars of like a good wonder weapon needs to have these things to be good. Number 1, it does infinite damage or the equivalent, meaning like it kills forever on Cold War, or it kills forever on like BO4 hardcore, or it needs to do infinite damage. Number 2 is that if you are trapped in a corner, shooting it will save you. Yeah, Reiki does count as infinite damage. Solely because we haven't seen the Reiki on any other game, so it counts. Well, at least the combined shot does, but not the individual shots. Number 1, does it do infinite damage? Number 2, will it save you if you are trapped in a corner? Thundergun, yes. Wave gun, usually yes. Wonderwaff, no. Right? Apothicon Servant, yes. Number 3, no DG2, no ray gun. Number 3, does it get a substantial amount of kills with the full ammo, which is sort of broadly defined. Jet gun will not save you if you're trapped in a corner, which is broadly defined because, like, for example, the upgraded Wonderwaff only gets you 360 kills with the full ammo, but the Apothicon Servant, even though it has less shots, gets you way more kills than that. Jet gun gets you infinite kills with the full ammo, so that one does get a checkbox. Right. And that's where sort of like, yes, baby gun gets you a lot of kills. No, the KT4 will not get you a lot of kills. Right? And then number 4 is... what was number 4? I need to remember. Give me a sec. BO6 Ice Staff smokes Apothicon. Number 4 is it easy to use? Is this BO3? No, this is BO1. So, like, can you just spam the Wonder Weapon and get a lot of kills? Or does it require you to, like, get full hordes and kill them a little bit at a time? So, like, for example, Thundergun and Baby Gun aren't as easy to use because you have to get full hordes. Apothicon Servant, you don't need to get full hordes. You can just sit in the corner. Ice Staff on every version, you can just sit. You don't need to get full hordes. Ice Staff is a bit of an... Like, the other thing to keep in mind is, like, the whole thing is tricky because, like, BO6 Ice Staff is way better than BO3 or 2's Ice Staff. Not only because it doesn't glitch on high rounds, but on BO6 you have access to augments and things that make you practically invincible. So, like, on BO6, yes, you can literally just sit in a corner and spam and never move for the entire game with the Ice Staff, but that's not true on BO2 or 3. Are you considering with Alchem? No, I'm not. The other thing to consider is if we're going to rank the Wonder Weapons evenly, you need to rank them without any other mechanics. So, like, I can't rank how good the Hand of Karen is with, with Luna. Because if the Hand of Karen was on BO3, hypothetically, it wouldn't have Luna. Or similarly, if we use an example of weapons that are on multiple games, the Thunder Gun on BO1 does not drop power-ups, and like, and you don't have access to Alchem, so you're much less able to spam. But on BO3, it does drop power-ups, and you do have access to Alchem, so you can spam significantly more now. Or on BO4, you can spam even more than on BO3 because you have Secret Shopper. So it's like you need to sort of rank them globally and not just like within their games. Do I like Gersh Device or Monkey Bomb? I always Hand of Karen, Charon. How would you pronounce it? BO6 pre-patched Ice Staff with Hand Cannon is even better. Yeah, that's true. Charon? I don't think you pronounce it with a ch sound. I think it's a k. BO6 Waff in S tier because it saves you when you're trapped in corner and function. I don't think it guaranteed saves you if you're trapped. If you're trapped by amalgams or like a mutant. I was gonna say mutant injection, but I meant to say mangler. Like, it's not gonna guarantee to save you. And functionally infinite ammo is not the weapon, it's the augments that you use. So, no, it doesn't count. Yeah, it is better at saving you than the BO1 Waff. Why did one just explode? Does the audio bug out on Plutonium, or did they fix it? I've never had the audio bug out. I believe they fixed it. Or at the very least, I have a way to fix it. No, shoot. Are they all spawning in random spots? Is this all of them? Looks like enough of them. Okay. Why not get drops in Tunnel 11? Because I currently have QEDs and I don't have Flopper, I think if I go for drops in Tunnel 11, like, if I get a spinning M72 Law, I'm just asking to die. Like, I think that's just GG. Is Plutonium better than Rect 5? I don't know what Rect 5 is, so probably. Which, I guess technically this is slower than if I was just hitting back for Gershes, but this is fine, honestly. When did Plutonium need to be downloaded just to play multiplayer? Well, you definitely want to download it to play multiplayer. Not only because it's safer, but also you can leave and rejoin. Do you have a video on how to install Plutonium without buying the games? I do not. I don't think I can legally make that video, is the problem. I think that's piracy. Ten likes this crazy lock-in chat. I mean, I could kind of care less about camos. On every game that has had a bunch of camos, I always just prefer the Pack-a-Punch camo. Usually. I do like using DS4C just because there's so many camos to choose from. Hey, Lobo Trading. Is there a way to fix the audio when it glitches out on Plutonium? Yeah. You download T5M, and you click on Fix Broken Sound. Do I like custom zombies? Not really. But there's some maps I'm willing to try. Yep, it's that easy. But also, I've never had it break. I think if you don't change your audio settings, it shouldn't break. How much faster than first room is this strat? It is almost twice as fast. Literally. Or, sorry, how much... Yeah, how much faster than first room? This is almost twice as fast. I don't even know what Rect 5 is. Nice glitch shot. First room is a 3 spawn and Tunnel 11 is a 2 spawn. I think it's technically more than 3 spawns because it's the 2 windows, like the 2 windows in the room and then also all of the ground spawns outside, right? Or like however many ground spawns are outside. I mean, yeah, I was able to pick up on that. Why did that miss half the zombies? I hate when that happens, when I shoot the wave gun and just a bunch of zombies don't die. You get that with the T-gun too? Yeah, sometimes it's the worst. BO1 is a little bit glitchy in that regard. And not just glitch shots. But I think it's what it gives it some charm, you know?
Excavator Epsilon will cause decompression of biodome.
Do the zombies get stuck in the window on Pluto? They do sometimes. They do at the same frequency as they would normally. That's just a part of the game. How many kills do one full Porter Wavegun plus Sapgun get? Figure like, I don't know, 27 or 27 times 24, whatever that number is, roughly. Like, it's sort of difficult to calculate.
Excavator Epsilon, control restored.
It's crazy how the old Zombies games are better than the new games. Yep. If I play BO1 on PC, assuming I cap the FPS at 60, or does Plutonium does not fix the FPS physics bug, but I believe the best FPS is 250, or if you can't use that, use 125. At least I'm using 250 right now. This game is so easy. Yeah, the timer on the top left is T5M. I need to lock in. Is it bad that you got a cramp in your left hand from playing BO1? If you're playing long enough to get cramps, then you're playing too long. You should play BO1 right now. Listen, BO1 is more fun. Unironically, it is more fun than any game that came after it. On the whole. That is not the world record. I need to update that. Although I'm on very good pace. Hey, Nate the Great. And listen, I love a lot of Zombies games. I really like BO2. I really like BO3. I really like BO4. I think it's underrated. Cold War, I don't hate. BO6, I hate. BO7, I'm not buying. Vanguard, I think, is underrated. I feel like I need to make a video on Vanguard. Because I feel like some of the systems that were introduced to Vanguard would have been better on BO6 than the current systems. Like, I like the Covenant system of Vanguard better than the Augment system. BO7 perks are going to play like BO6 perks, except even more overpowered. Because you're going to have 3 augments instead of 2. IW Zombies is super underrated. I need to give it a try. I really need to give it a fair chance. Because I own it. I've only played like 3 games of Spaceland, and that's it. BO4 you love and hate. That's fair. I don't like every map on BO4. BO4 is also home to my least favorite map of all time. But on the whole, I just think it's an underrated game. You would love to see me go for director's cut, like do all the Easter eggs? I could do that. My least favorite map is not Alpha Omega, no. Alpha Omega is towards the bottom. I think it's like a D tier map, but it's not. I don't know if I'd even put it in my bottom 10. Maybe I would. Maybe I'd put it in my bottom 10. Maybe I wouldn't actually, because I feel like a lot of the BO6 maps would go there. Decal seems to be the biggest up-incoming zombies YouTube channel right now. His channel's been growing a lot. I'm happy for him. Classified? No, I like Classified, actually. I'd say that's like a B tier map. Classified, I like almost as much as 5. Dead of the Night? Yeah, Dead of the Night is my least favorite. Voyage I think is good. Voyage I think is also like a B tier map. Dead of the Night I think is the worst map of all time. Too long to set up? Way too many parts to set up. Like, every single time I load into the map, I have to look up a fucking tutorial because the crystal shows me some shit I've never seen before. Like, Silver Bullets takes 9 parts, and I don't even build Alistair's Annihilator when I play. I just go Silver Bullets, which is crazy, because how do you make ammo buyable for every weapon? That's game ruining. Right? How long will it take me to get to round 100? That depends a lot on my luck. I hope it'll probably be a little over an hour. Maybe I'll get there by the 6.5 hour mark, maybe? Maybe earlier? Maybe? May sound crazy, but I love Call of the Dead, but I find Tag or Totem the most boring map to play on BO4. The only reason I don't find Tag boring is because it's so quick. The fact that the strategy is like just over 3 seconds a horde is kind of insane. And it is genuinely a dopamine rush to actually be able to get to round 100 in 2 hours. And even knowing that, like, getting to 400 takes under 100 hours, which is no other map would that ever be feasible or realistic at all. BO4 is very strange. What I honestly wish is I wish normal difficulty, as it currently exists, was casual difficulty. And I wish that hardcore gave you the 200 health that you have on normal difficulty, but the like health scaling that hardcore currently has. And then I wish that realistic was the same. I hate having to choose between me having normal health and the zombies having normal health. That's my biggest gripe with BO4. This is all of them? This looks like all of them. This game is so easy. Imagine on release, normal was 150 health. Yeah, that was a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That was a little excessive, and I think and I'm glad that they changed it. Because at that point, people were just all playing on casual, because they were like, I need the 200 health. I am actually using DualShock X, which is, it's basically like DS5 Windows. I'm using a PS5 controller. But I also use DS4 Windows when I'm using my PS4 controller. I was using my PS4 controller at the beginning of this game, and then I switched because it was my X button was getting stuck. Hey Void, how's it going? Can you explain what I'm doing there? What, in Tunnel 6? Oh yeah, and the Tigers on 9 one-shotted you. Yeah, I feel like BO4 left a very sour taste in people's mouths because of how many bugs existed on launch, and because of the fact that it released a month earlier than every other COD. It was the first COD to release in early October, not November. Which when it released with so many bugs, and when it released, like, with so many people struggling to get to high rounds because they didn't understand the new systems, it's like, man, they should have just given it the extra month of dev time and testing, you know? And it probably would have been much better received. Is it possible to get a BO1 Moon 255? Absolutely. It is possible. Do I prefer BO1 or BO3 Moon high rounds? I prefer BO1, but I love BO3 Moon. It's very different. Also, to explain what I was doing in Tunnel 6, I currently have QEDs, so I was hoarding up in there because it is actually best. Wait a minute. Is it okay? I'm thinking through this in my head. It probably is too crazy, but how crazy is it to hoard up in here and then throw the QED into this window? Probably a little too crazy, I think. Especially because, like, the space between the window and here makes it difficult to kill all the zombies. Yeah, I'm gonna rule that out. But I'm gonna consider that. I think the story has nothing to do with people not liking BO4. I think it has a lot to do with the bugs and the changes to the systems that didn't really need to be changed. Yeah, high rounds didn't exist on launch. So the reason I have QEDs is because earlier I used all my Gershes and I didn't get a drop, which normally would trigger me to trade out. I got really lucky that I got QEDs on my first hit, and so I used QEDs to try to force a power-up. And since I'm on such an early round, I can kind of force a lot of power-ups with my QEDs, so I still have them, even though I got them 4 rounds ago. And the reason I throw it into the window is because there are certain things that can't spawn when you throw the QEDs into the window, which I don't want to spawn, because the only thing I want to happen is the astronaut explosion to kill all the zombies. Do you get QR or Speed Cola? What map are you playing? How much faster would classified Easter egg be if it was 115 instead of 150? Quite a bit faster. I think the way to calculate that would be to look at the average time to get to 150 right now, and then look at how many kills you need to get to 150 versus how many kills you need to get to 115. And also, I guess you would take both numbers and divide and like multiply it by 5/6, because every 5.5, or rather you would multiply it by 5/6, because every 5.5 rounds would be a dog round. But like the dog rounds would affect the same thing no matter what. So like however much time it takes to get to 150 now, take the number of kills to 150, take the number of kills to 115, and compare the difference and and make that a proportion with the time. Why isn't there a dog, monkey, or scientist round on this map? There just isn't. I don't know. I don't think it needs it, although maybe some sort of like, maybe this would have been a cool map to have the jumping jack rounds or something. Which we didn't end up seeing till Die Rise. You got Speed Cola in the fishing hut? Don't you want double tap in the fishing hut? Oh, after a first box setup? Oh, you're saying amazing sarcastically. That's really unfortunate. Although, you know, first box isn't critical on Shinonuma because whatchamacallit? Because there's no fire sales. Did I ever want to be a game developer? I did not, actually. This is round. This is round. Question is, do I try to force drops off of these guys? Which could end up being risky. Okay, I want to test this as a proof of concept, so let's go for it. Because, like, if I get the horde and I do this... Motherfucker, I just spawned more zombies. Haha. Welp. Alright, well, let's go hack all the boxes, I guess. Yeah, I'll go for Gersh's back. How did I spawn more zombies with the QEDs?
System files accessed. System files accessed.
Wow, back-to-back ray guns. Yeah. Okay, I feel like as a proof of concept that could work, but I feel like it'd be too sketchy. Because that was a half a horde.
System files accessed. System files accessed.
Sure. takes HS10. How long did it take to take Decal to get to 100? 11 and a half hours. Ray gun should be stronger. I think it's honestly plenty strong. Although I wouldn't be opposed to, like, if the ray gun was able to kill better up to round 100. Because then it would make 100 more accessible and the rest of the game more difficult. Although it would make 100 speedruns a lot more trivial. What about the other box? Void? Thank you for writing that. Because I would have gotten myself a teddy bear just there. I was 100% about to hit that box and get a teddy bear. No question.
System files accessed. System files accessed.
Raygun wasn't designed to go past round 50. I bet the devs thought round 50 was impossible. Well, the devs probably couldn't reach round 50. Which I think is what makes Black Ops 1 so good. Is that we're finding so many creative ways to get to rounds that... Oh yeah, that's true. They literally added round 50 quotes for Call of the Dead, accusing you of cheating. So we know how difficult it was for the devs to reach round 50. Alright, if I can get Gersh's, like, right here, that would be great. Yeah, they purposely made it trivial to get to round 100, because as soon as they started saying everyone should be able to get to round 100, I thought, okay, fine. But the problem is, they should have designed it so that it is easy to get to round 100, but difficult to progress beyond that. There we go. But instead, they made it so that it's easy to get to round 100, and because everything past round 56 is just all the same, it's easy to play the whole game. At the gym right now with this in headphones, real nice. Why was Decal so slow? Because he was playing a different, less efficient strategy. And because he isn't as practiced up. Yeah, newer games don't require any knowledge. Newer games just require spam and augment or whatever. Again, I've said this on stream a bunch of times, and maybe I should make it into its own video, but I still believe it, is like, Zombies in a lot of ways is a roguelite. It is similar to roguelike games in some ways, in that, like, the health of the zombies is scaling, getting exponentially harder. Everything about the game gets scaling exponentially harder. But what they could have done, and if anything, what they should have done, is they should have made it easy to get to round 100. And then as soon as you hit round 100, you are offered your one and only opportunity to exfil, or keep playing into endless mode. But if you go into endless mode, the health scaling goes way higher, so that the zombie's health is basically infinite. The amount, you know, like the amount of enemies that you see gets way more. And it becomes a lot more difficult, and it becomes much more like BO1 and BO2-esque. And had they done that, I feel like this had the potential to be an amazing game. And by this, I mean, like, Black Ops 6. That would still get people interested in high rounds, but also when there's this whole, like, oh, how far can you survive into endless mode where it's really difficult, and it's not the same thing over and over again like it is on Black Ops 6. It would create much more interest in high rounding, for sure. What's my highest round on this map? Round 150, which I'm hoping to beat this game. Are there bouncing betties on Shinonuma? Yeah, right, like in the middle, in the main hut that you spawn in, right next to the flogger. Like, right on the outside of that hut. Yeah, I died on 150. So, we're gonna keep going and hopefully try to beat that. Will I eventually do BO1 knocked 100? Eventually, yes. Yeah, 150 on BO1 Moon, 213 on BO3 Moon are my PBs for this map. So, we're gonna go for 255 on both, hopefully. Does streaming help me do high rounds better, such as not getting bored? Yes, I like streaming because I think it keeps me a little bit more focused. And it's just easier for me to sit down and play longer sessions when I have people to talk to. Even if I'm not directly talking to other people, if I'm talking to you guys, like, I just like, it's a way to keep myself entertained. I prefer to do it on stream than I do off stream, although occasionally I have to grind off stream for one reason or another. What doors do you keep closed on this map? There's only one that you need to keep closed, and that is this door between the stamina room and the bottom of Tunnel 11. All the rest of the doors you can open. Oh, and actually there's one more, which is the back door of the biodome that leads directly to the teleporter. You have to keep that closed. But that one's more niche. This one, like, if you open this door, it will ruin the strategy. If you open that door, you can still survive. It just slows you down a little bit. I have an amazing, detailed video going over exactly what I'm doing with this strategy on my channel. And if you're interested in BO3 Moon, the strategy isn't all that different, and I have another great video also on my channel on BO3 Moon. What weapons do you usually get on Moon? The wave gun and the Gershes, and those are the only weapons that matter. because I am not using my second weapon basically at all past round 50. Why do you want the biodome backdoor closed? Because eventually I will be going to the biodome to get drops. Because eventually I'm going to decompress this area. And so I'll be going to the biodome for drops. And the reason you want the backdoor closed is because it will significantly slow down how quickly the zombies can get to you so you can Gersh them all. Oh, I shouldn't have rebuilt that window. Oh well. Just like how Outbreak was designed, it could have been great. I wished it received the love Blackout maps did. I guess Outbreak could have been cool. But I was never going to care for an objective-based mode as much as I would just the straight-up round-based. Because, like, my problem with Outbreak is the rounds don't get longer. You just do the objective and then you move on. And then you do the objective, and then you move on. And it never gets harder. Or rather, like, at a certain point, pretty early on, it just stops increasing in difficulty. And so you'll see, like, the reason why I'm glitching the astronaut as opposed to trapping him like I did previously is because I don't care about the rules anyway. And I'm sort of questioning why I did choose to trap him as if I was going to, like, yeah, I care about the rules now. That's why I'm trapping him, which, you know, is sort of why I did it. But I saved so much time not having to go to the biodome to get all my drops. And so hopefully I'll get to round 100 pretty quick. If I'm at like 10 minutes around, what does that put me at? Like, that'll be sub 7 to 100. Maybe. How did I trap the astronaut? I glitched the astronaut in the biodome. And I have a video going over it. If you go on my channel, it's one of my more recent videos. I talk about, it says like, this is banned in the thumbnail, and it's how to glitch the astronaut. But you can also trap him, and I also follow that. I also do that in the same video. I should always follow the rules, but what if the rules are stupid? You excited for Black Ops 7 Zombies? No. I'm not buying it. Glitched? That's cheating. Ban my whole account. I forgot that there was an excavator for a second. What if you want to play with 2 stabs? Play with 2 stabs. I want to play with 2 stabs. When are you going to decompress the tunnel? At some point after round 100. I think I'm going to do it once I hit the point where, like, I need more than 1 max ammo per round. Or rather, or like, once I hit the point where I need to Gersh multiple times in a round, that's when I'll decompress. Because that's going to be the point where I, like, am going to want to be making sure that I only get 1 drop and shooting and doing that whole... Okay. Let's just go now. What's my favorite Wonder Weapon and favorite Black Ops 1 map? My favorite Wonder Weapon is the Apothicon Servant. My favorite Black Ops 1 map is Moon. Unless you're asking what my favorite Black Ops 1 wonder weapon is, which is the wave gun.
Excavator Epsilon. Control restored.
Nice glitch shot. Why is the servant my favorite? It's so powerful. I just love using it. I think it's fun to be able to spawn a black hole wherever I want. And it gets so many kills. Like, Shadows of Evil and Revelations are my favorite two Black Ops 3 original maps because of the Apothicon Servant, because it's just so fun to use and the strategies are great. Now, if I could get a drop here. Diabolical stream title. I don't really play custom maps that much. I never enjoyed them as much as just Treyarch maps. I'll never complain about an insta-kill. Oh, I forgot that I don't have my Mustang and Sally's, but that's actually fine, because Galil will not break any windows. Okay, hold on. Do you keep up with the whole lore and all the Easter eggs? Everything up to the end of BO4, yes. But, like, Cold War and onwards, I don't really know what's going on story-wise. Yeah, if there's anything that I'm definitely considering trying, it's either like maps that are loved by the community like Leviathan, or like BO3 Call of the Dead, or BO3 Die Rise, like those remakes. I really want to see someone create a one-to-one port of Ancient Evil to put in BO3. I think Ancient Evil and BO3 would be amazing. I would say Classified and 5, to me, are almost, if not just as similar as Darius the Giant. Or if anything, Classified 5 are just as similar as D Machine and Noct. Hey Zella, you're on a different account. I've heard good things about BO3 Die-Rise. Samantha Maxis has a child without her consent? What? Hey, Himaz, how's it going? Welcome to the party. Yeah, I have seen all the cutscenes. I do try to vaguely keep up with the story, so like I watched all the ending cutscenes for every map. But as soon as I heard, wow, Richtofen's trying to find the Sentinel artifact, I was like, yeah, that's it. I'm not invested in the story anymore. Who's my favorite zombie boss? George Romero. I knew about that you could play as Samantha Maxis on maps where she hasn't been released yet. Or like, which to me is just, man, operators suck. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't put that together either. Blood of the Dead was the last time you were hyped about the story, so you just think of Revelations as the end? I liked the ending of Tag Your Toten, but I also felt like we were definitely robbed of a great war map. Samantha Maxis' child is Soap from Modern Warfare 3? What? Yeah, that was one of those hordes where, like, a bunch of them didn't die. Was that timer also made by Evelyn? Yeah, it's all part of the T5 mod. Yeah, I just missed a bunch of zombies there. What? Why? Whatever. I definitely miss Jimmy Zielinski. I feel like Zielinski prioritized fun gameplay. Is Tin Timer inaccurate because you struggle out with preventing distance despawns? I believe there's a bug where sometimes it can get off by a couple seconds, but if it gets off, all you have to do is find out what the ones digit is when it does trigger despawns, and then just keep track of that for the rest of the game. So, like, a couple Moon games ago, I had a run where, like, for some reason they were despawning on 2 instead of 0. But as long as you figure that out, you're fine. Because then I just know to look at 2. Six out of 7 storytelling. Oh my god. He did have a great vision for BO2. I think that not everything came out as well as he envisioned. Obvious example being Transit. But he did really try to make maps that were fun to play, as opposed to prioritizing the story or whatever. And you can tell because, like, when you look at the trailers for BO3, it all revolves around the story. It all revolves around, like, the mission to kill all the souls and whatever. Hey, Star the Femboy. But if you look at the trailers for BO1 and also Transit, Die, Rise, and Buried, it's literally talking to the developers, saying, like, this. You know, I love the Moon trailer because he goes, in Shangri-La, we wanted to propel you in the air with these geysers, which we thought was so much fun. But what's even more fun than the geysers? Just floating. And I feel like the fact that they were thinking about what could make a cool gameplay element is something that is sort of missing from the newer games. The boss was supposed to have fuel. The fog, you would need a mask. I feel like needing a mask in the fog is probably better than dealing with the denizens. I feel like if Transit were first introduced in BO3, we probably would have gotten some Revelation-style masks to make it so you don't have to deal with denizens. Don't give Treyarch ideas. Is Ashes of the Damned really Transit, though? I feel like Ashes of the Damned is so different from Transit. Ashes of the Damned is to Transit as D Machine is to Noct. Which is really funny because Noct and Transit are 2 games apart, and D Machine and Ashes are 2 games apart. I feel like if he had an extra year and a different COD took its place instead of BO2, it would have been the best zombies game. If BO2 was able to release for the next generation of consoles, then it probably would have worked. But I think BO2 was the first one to, or the last one to not do so, if I'm correct. And then Call of Duty Ghosts released on both PS3 and PS4 / Xbox 360 and Xbox One.
Warning.
That's great.
Beta Epsilon will cause decompression of biodome.
Call of Duty Goats. Ghost was released on both, but still running on a similar engine to Modern Warfare 3. I remember a lot of people hated Ghosts, and I didn't hate the multiplayer that much. Doing around 100 again, just for fun. Well, not just all 100. I'm gonna just play until I die. I figured out how to ensure that I can open up multiple instances of whatever game I want to play without fucking with the original one. So I feel comfortable starting up a Moon game, and also, like, when people want me to play certain maps for the series, I can still do that.
Warning. Excavator Epsilon will cause decompression of biodome. Excavator Epsilon. Control restored.
Yeah, I figured out how to play 2 BO1 games at once. So I can start up whenever. Without relying on a console, that is. Because technically I could start up a game here and then start up another game on my Xbox. But... okay. Hey, I was fine with only having 1 trade to round 100. I don't want to trade again. God damn it. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. They're all gonna jump down. Yep. Okay, how many are down there? I think there's one more down there. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I won't forget the outside box. Well, no. It's 12%. 12% is the probability of me missing a drop from all 3 Gershes, I think. Or something like that. Or like 12% is the chance of me missing a drop from the Gersh, I think. Someone else probably knows better than me. Just got Gershes around 37. I do miss that about transit. I forget, if I'm being honest. Why did I get a respawner? I hope this doesn't cost me my sub 7. We'll see. Well, at least it wasn't a nuke or an insta. I have one opportunity. Send me that way. That won't do it. I'm very happy that Mamdani won. Because I feel like this is, the energy around the young voters is really shifting, which makes me really happy, because that's sort of the one thing that's currently missing. Why do you run faster with the dual-wield CZs than you do with the single? Because that's how Treyarch designed it. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. Nope. Oh well. I wish we had more politicians like Mamdani. Yeah. Wish we had less politicians like Trump, but... Oh, shoot. Send me left! I'm just goated with the sauce. Oh, well, okay. Think about how much time that has just saved me. It's probably impossible to determine how much time. Which US president do you think would be the best zombies player? In their prime? Probably... I'm trying to think, because, like, only a handful of presidents were alive at the same time as video games existing. So I'm trying to determine, like, do I pick one of those presidents like Bill Clinton that was probably chill? Chill Clinton? George Washington. Do I have dual... do I have DualShock X on Steam? I have the free version. Ah, shoot. Okay. I think Washington would have got some crazy clips. I can get behind. I can get behind Washington. I feel like I don't know. I feel like John Quincy Adams would have been sick nasty at Call of Duty. Kennedy, he'd be getting to hella high rounds with nothing but the crossbow. Well, that's the obvious choice, I feel. They say Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter. That's basically zombies. Yeah, it is truly impossible to say how much time I saved with that Biodome insta-kill. Andrew Jackson from the $20 bill. Andrew Jackson won multiple duels. I think at least one while he was president. Yes, hello? Why did that happen? If you go into my Discord server, and go to BO1 Tools competitive plutonium plugin. This is the link. What about Ulysses Grant? Ulysses Grant probably would have been also goated with the sauce. Oh. George Washing Machine. I feel like if presidents were a zombie screw, George Washington would just have plot armor. Teddy Roosevelt would have been accused of cheating. Thought it was your PC. Sorry, that was my PC. That was my controller disconnecting, and I don't know why. Joe Biden hit 255 on BO3 Kino. Man, where has Joe Biden been? I have not heard from that motherfucker since January 20th. He's suffering? No. I thought, well, I thought I saw that he went into remission for, I know he had cancer. According to Trump, he had stage 9 cancer. Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt did do that. He was shot and then started off his speech by saying something like, I just got shot, and then gave the entire speech before going to to see a doctor. Is the intent of clapping decal speedrun Moon? Not necessarily. Although that is what's happening. Yeah, that's badass. It's a badass line from old TR. You're fighting the urge to go pick up some fast food? Save some money. No AATs really slows this down? Well, the biggest thing that slows this down is the fact that on BO1, when you... Why are those zombies not dying? You see all those living zombies back there? On BO1, when you shoot the wave gun, there's a delay before the zombies, like, respawn. But there isn't one on BO3, so you can just spam the wave gun on BO3, but you can't on BO1. Do I think Decal actually hates Moon? Yeah, I do. I saw what he looked like when he was playing it. He didn't seem like he was having fun. Really? Alright, whatever. Bro looks so miserable. He did. Dude, I went into his stream and he was just sitting with such a dead expression, not even talking to chat. Just angry that this is where his life has taken him. But, you know, props to him for getting the 100. I mean, it's not easy. It's not something you're gonna get on your first attempt, for sure. Especially if you're constantly glitching the ceiling by accident. I'd say it's mostly for content as well. Well, sure, but I'll tell you guys the truth. I do some things for content, but I try to only do things that I enjoy. Because I think if I'm not having a good time, the content isn't going to be good. That's genuinely why I stopped playing Black Ops 6. I was like, man, I want to keep making tutorials so that I can, like, grow the channel or whatever, because BO6 is the newest game. But I just hate playing this game so much, and I think it's going to reflect in the quality of the tutorials I'm making. Hey, Bajer. Hope everything is well over in the States. Before I started stream, I saw that the FAA announced if the shutdown doesn't end by Friday, that they would be, what was it? Shutting some airports partially, or reducing air traffic at 40 airports across the US. 10% of air traffic at 40 busy US airports would be cut, potentially impacting thousands of flights. So, you know. Can you do a transit tutorial? Early game is so bad. The problem with transit early game is I'm pretty sure, like, the best way to play the early game is to just spend 30 minutes on round 1 building the jet gun. Is there a map you genuinely don't enjoy throughout World at War through BO4? I enjoy all of them to a certain degree, except Dead of the Night is by far the one map that, like, I just hate playing. I hate playing Dead of the Night. That explains why BO1 Moon High Round Tutorial is my best video. There are some that I like less. Like, I'm not a big fan of Noctur on Toten on BO1 or BO3, just because it's a lot of... All they had to do to avoid the shutdown was to release the files. Well, we can't have that happening. Because then the pedophiles would be caught. And we don't want that. Because what if the pedophiles are in our government? Which, by the way, I should mention, I think it's very funny how much Mike Johnson is, like, pinning this on the Democrats while also saying, yeah, the House is not in session because I told them to go on recess, even though I'm blaming the Democrats for not being here. When this is the same Mike Johnson that admitted that he and his son, like, monitor each other's porn? Was that what it was? Which... Am I crazy, or is that crazy? Monitor, like, what was it they exactly said? Like, they keep track of each other's porn watching? Or something? What, does anyone, I gotta find the exact quote. Let me find it. I found it. I found it, but behind a paywall, so give me a moment. But, okay, well, here's the article, and I can't read the whole thing. But, in resurfaced video. So I need to find the video. Man, my search history is just God. In a newly resurfaced video from 2022. Oh, okay, wait.
With Covenant Eyes within your home. And so why is that such an effective tool? Why do parents need to put this into their home?
Yeah, that's great question. We probably could have called this more appropriately a war on the darkness of technology.
I don't want to watch the whole 2 minutes to find the one clip. But, okay, you guys can trust me that this is real. This is the person who's trying to protect the people in the Epstein files. In case I wasn't already on some government list. They have the 2-player high round world record on Jerkmate. So, how long do you think it'll be before there's an official, like... You know how Fortnite has been doing, like, the Family Guy and the Simpsons and all the collabs? How long do you think it'll be before, like, Quahog, Rhode Island is a zombies map? Trump responded, search up Trump Rule 34. You know what I was telling people? The reason why the government is running so awfully right now is because we have a convicted felon in office. Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. If you don't believe me, if you don't believe me that Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, just Google Trump Rule 34. Well, I know it's a custom map, but how soon before it's an official map? Thoughts on Nick Fuentes? Isn't that the right-wing Groiper, or is that someone else? You're sending that to your dad? Trump Rule 34? Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. I don't know that much about him, but I just sort of know that, like, his beliefs are probably don't really align with mine at all, so I don't really care to... What the hell is a Groiper? Just like, it's a term for, like, a modern-day Nazi, I guess. This double points is really important. Thoughts on Erica Kirk and Vance? I highly doubt that anything will come of it, but it would be so... That guy loves Stalinism for some reason? Yeah. But it would be so funny if we end up on the... That Stalin's birthday is really important to him? Yeah, so like... You know. Not good people. It would be so fun. Because what... Was it a rumor or was it actually true? I thought it was a rumor, but... JD Vance divorce? I thought JD Vance said something about wanting... Oh, no. You know what it was? He didn't say he wanted to get divorced. JD Vance said he wants his wife to convert to Christianity. Like, right after all of this Erica Vance stuff was getting popular. Which is, you know... Would it be really funny if JD Vance and Erica Kirk become a thing? Probably, yeah. I mean, the people who are writing this season of United States, man, they got all the plot points. JD Vance is getting super broed out by a lot of Republicans over the Christianity thing, over his wife not being a Christian, or... I get all my political advice from zombies YouTubers. That's crazy. Hey, Denise. Show Diddy Cal, what's up? That's Diddy Cal is crazy. I should technically be on pace for a sub 7. As long as I don't have to trade, and as long as I get good excavator RNG, although maybe that won't matter, I should be on pace for a sub 7. I should run the presidential Zomboys mod. That wouldn't be allowed for BO3 Moon high rounds, would it? If they don't pull a Tulsi, like Tulsi Gabbard? Can I don't, listen, I don't know if I have a lot of faith in this country to elect a woman right now, regardless of which side they're on. Although I am a believer that the first female president will probably more than likely be a Republican. Unless we somehow pull out some, like, Gretchen Whitmer as vice president and then she ends up taking over for some reason, or something like that. I think the closest, genuinely the closest that we came to a female president is Kamala Harris, because... Listen, kudos to Joe. I didn't think he was making it this long either. Bro thinks elections will still exist in 2028. Well, listen, yesterday's election was a lot of fun. Women shouldn't be president. Are you joking or do you want to get banned? Joe did a lot of good things. But I think his biggest downfall was letting Trump get back into office. I think that history will look back on Joe Biden's presidency much more negatively. Do I hold any world records right now, like speedruns? I have tied world records, but I don't have any individual world records. You hope Trump stays president forever and this country becomes a nationalist Christian country? Well, I don't hope that because I'm not Christian. I'm also not a fascist. So, no, I hope Trump dies and rots in hell. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? We did. Yeah, we had the Call of the Dead. Jake and I had the Call of the Dead 70 speed run. I don't think we still have that though. I think Sam and Skittles ended up beating us. You think Tulsi has the best shot? I don't know. I feel like Tulsi doesn't have the sauce, and I feel like Republicans of all people aren't likely to want to vote for a woman. Some foreign policy from Joe is definitely not your cup of tea. Well, I'm sure that a lot of people disagree with how Joe handled Israel-Palestine. Understandably so. That was like one of the many downfalls. You know, when we talk about Trump winning on some of the slimmest margins. But can I get an insta-kill? The reason why I said I want an insta-kill is that this is gonna save some time, just a little bit. Okay, that got a little sketchy, but we're good. Okay. My honest bet for who I think will be on the tick for the Republicans, I feel like the most likely ticket is going to be a combination of Vance and or Marco Rubio. I think. Because I think that Marco Rubio is probably going to try to distance himself from Trump down the line and sort of run on like a let's return to this neocon, like George Bush style of presidency and not this absolutely bonkers, he has no idea what he's doing Trump presidency. You know what I mean? Marco Rubio is probably the most qualified person in Trump's cabinet right now, which I think says a lot, but I think on certain issues he would put the country first. I think we should have helped Ukraine because otherwise, if we don't help Ukraine, Russia would absolutely just try to take over all of Europe, which is definitely what they still want to do. The problem is that they're kind of losing the war. DeSantis for the Republicans? I don't think DeSantis is that popular. I think that a lot of people just don't look at Florida right now and they're like, Florida is not really a great place to live currently. People over the age of 65 should not be in office. My only problem with age limits, I think age limits would be better to enforce now. Republicans have completely turned against Rubio. Well, yeah, but the Venezuelan intervention is not a good look. Because especially when you consider Republicans wanted the no new wars president and we're probably about to enter another war that we are starting. Hold on. My only problem with codifying age limits is the idea that one day the average life expectancy will be so long that we might end up considering 70 to be young. If, like, a couple hundred years from now, everyone starts living to 200 because modern medicine is so advanced. Russia only wanted to take back what they previously owned, which they should be able to do. Yeah, but the Ukrainian people didn't want to be taken back. I think that the people should have the right to self-sovereignty. If the people wanted to rejoin Russia, the people would have rejoined Russia. Like, does the UK just get to invade the US because they want their land back? Or any of the other 50 countries that they used to own? They can defend themselves, but if they can't win on their own, they should not have a country. So what's stopping Russia from just nuking the entire world and saying if they can't defend themselves, they don't deserve to exist? And just ending the whole world right there. What's stopping the US from doing the same thing? The US wants Canada and Greenland so badly, let's just invade them. If they can't defend themselves, they don't deserve to have a country? Is that what you believe? That would destroy the entire planet? You know how close we are already to destroying the entire planet? In 15 different ways? Won't happen, your body has a biological clock built in. Well, I don't know. I would like to believe that in the future, we may end up coming up with a way to reverse aging. Or maybe not reverse it, but at the very least slow it down. I do believe that we will end up in a future, if medicine advances enough, where the average life expectancy ends up going, like, above 100. Russia also wants to exist. Well, good news for them. They exist and they have plenty of land. They are already the largest country in the world by land. They don't need any more. They don't need to take the land from the people that don't want to be a part of Russia. They got plenty of it. Yeah, that is true, although the one caveat to that is life expectancy has gone up a lot because the infant mortality rate has dropped massively. Like, even a little over 100 years ago, it was common, or, you know, maybe 125 years ago, it was common for families to have a bunch of children, knowing that maybe half of them would make it to adulthood. But now families have only a couple children, knowing that you generally expect that all your children will make it to adulthood. And I think that's a very big change in how life has been for a majority of history. Okay, please, game. Let me lock in for a second while I get this ammo. Okay. What is my religion? I am atheist. You think the US should help the Middle East? Well, if they can't defend themselves, they don't deserve to be a country, right? Rather, which side of the Middle East do you think they should help? That'll be the biggest tell of, Do you think they should help Saudi Arabia? Oh, saved by the buzzer. That got scary for a second, but we're good. Crazy out of context clip. Make Mr. JCM pick up the nuke. Okay, the other thing that's good about this game, I have not messed up grabbing a drop yet this run. Nah, you don't have to. If you have to trade on round 45, you have to run traps. Is what you have to do. You don't trade on round 45. Your best chance of increasing lifespan is to digitally upload. You mean like a digital consciousness? Become machine. If people could become machine, if we could upload our consciousness and effectively live for as long as our machine could be on, do you think one day we would elect like a robotic legislators or leaders or president? The Matrix. We probably should. I wouldn't trust robots to run the country, at least not the current technology that exists. And I don't know if I would ever trust it. I feel like there's too many movies and reports about, like, AI takeover. A lot of which, you know, sort of mirror what AI currently looks like. But I think what they failed to account for is the fact that most AI that currently exists is just like brain rot slop. Clanker rights. If I remember correctly, in my previous Moon game, I had like an 8-hour 100. So if I get a sub 7, I'll be pretty happy. Jimmy is your favorite Zelensky. I haven't played Mega Man X, so I wouldn't know. Been binging my videos today. Love the content. Thank you, Burry Boy. The U.S. should only think about America first no matter what. So why do you believe that we should get involved with Saudi Arabia and Iran then, and not America first? Your next monkey round is next round, though? You're on 45. Do you still have Ray Gun and or Mustang and Sally's? They can provide us with valuable resources that no other countries can provide us? Like what? What resources do they have that we don't already have? Because I know what you're about to say, and then I have a counter argument for that. Hold on. Oil. You should stream like Wonderful, where he stares at the camera on 2 hours of sleep at his mic, 1% volume. I know, because I knew that you were going to say oil, but my counter argument is I feel like the U.S. already is sitting on tons of oil reserves. Why do we need oil from Saudi Arabia when we have plenty of oil in, like, Alaska, for example? And more importantly, why would we want to rely on oil from the Middle East when we could just invest in green energy and almost completely get rid of our need for oil in the first place? Like, we can invest in nuclear and the other forms of clean energy like wind and solar. China is currently winning the race on solar, for sure. And then we wouldn't even need oil in the first place, which is a very expensive resource. Nuclear would be much less expensive, much better for the environment, much more efficient, and it's a more renewable resource. Oil is not a renewable resource. Sounds like I'm captain of the debate team. I took one debate class when I was in high school, but I actually never, other than in that class, I was never on the debate team. I mean, yeah, you're right, Sam. Because as soon as we get rid of our dependence on oil, it's going to be a big problem for the Middle East when America's not involved. But if you believe in America first, put America first. Let's make it so that America is able to power the entire United States without relying on any other countries at all, which is relatively easy to do. Relatively easy for a government to do. Hey, Jathandler, how's it going? Didn't Bill Gates also go to the island? I guess we'll find out when the government reopens. Do I believe in America first? Yes, that's why I didn't vote for Donald Trump, because I believe in America first. But I also believe America first doesn't mean cut ourselves off completely from all of our allies. Like, I think that America first means recognizing that trading is a good thing. That tariffing the entire rest of the world isn't putting America first. It just makes it harder for us to get the products we want. How is Kamala Harris America first? How is Donald Trump America first? Let me ask you that. What's a good round 100 time on BO1 Moon? 7 hours is pretty good. Like, the speedrun world record is sub 6. Neither of them seem to be. Well, sure, but I voted for the much more America first option. I didn't agree with with everything Kamala Harris stood for. I definitely didn't like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policy towards the Middle East. But I think that Trump is just an infinitely worse president who has no idea what he's doing. And my basis for that was the fact that he had been president before. And where did that leave us? With some of the worst COVID death rates in the world. With an economy that was completely failing, and when he left office, he refused to accept the results of the election and tried to overthrow the government. How is that America first? Was Trump talking about tariffs in his campaign? Yes, he was, actually. Yeah, all he did was say tariff, tariff, tariff. How is tariffs America first? Is there any good Republican presidential candidates? Probably the best, most recent, probably the best recent Republican candidate would have been John McCain. Mitt Romney wasn't all that bad either, at least compared to, like, you know, both of them were better than Bush's and Trump. Which candidate on both sides is actually America First? That depends on your definition of America First. But I don't believe that America First means... Nah, Ron Paul? Yeah, I can get behind Ron Paul. I don't believe that America First means... I guess I'm talking top of the ticket. When was Ron Paul running? Forget. Really gonna blame that on the Orange Man? I'm gonna blame how bad COVID got on the Orange Man in a lot of ways, yes, because... Do you think the U.S. should do more or less for its veterans? I think it should do a lot more for its veterans, which is interesting because Trump is cutting tons of veterans' benefits. Like, he's basically anti-veteran at this point. He's also not paying the military right now because of the shutdown. Remember, Trump was the one who told people to inject bleach to stop COVID. He should have done a lot more to prevent the spread. I feel like we should have shut down for longer and been much stricter about the shutdown, because then we could have actually stopped the, or flattened the curve. That's true. Yeah, George Washington spoke very much against the two-party system. For a lot of reasons. That's what I think Biden will go down in history for. Biden wasn't president for the first year of COVID, which was when the most deaths happened. Biden was the one who actually distributed 50 million more vaccines than they were originally than they originally thought they would be able to. Trump had almost zero plan for even getting the vaccines out, other than finally getting down to Operation Warp Speed, which he wasn't even really able to implement, and Biden kind of took over and did it better. Oh, really? Okay. How many wave gun shots should I use? I believe that in general, being anti-vax is anti-America First. And I'm not saying Trump is anti-vax because he did get the vaccine, but it's not like he really encouraged his supporters to do it. I feel like any good president should have recognized, like, hey, we all really need to get this vaccine so that the most vulnerable among us aren't just dying. Trump always says Operation Warp Speed was the greatest thing he ever did. He didn't even implement it. Well, he started it, but... Thank you, Woof Waffles. Thank you for the sub. He always told his voters, I got the vaccine. Well, I think the direct quote was something along the lines of like, get the vaccine, don't get the vaccine. It's good, I got it. Instead of a much more serious like, hey, this is really, really important and I'm the president, please do this for the good of the country. If Trump actually cared about vaccines, or I guess if Trump's department cared about vaccines, then we wouldn't have measles outbreaks right now. What do you think Trump actually cares about? I think Trump actually cares about making himself and his family richer than they already are. And the reason I say that is because Trump, I believe, has gained over $3 billion in crypto and other, like, donations since taking office. Also, I think the only other thing that Trump cares about is staying out of prison, because he knew that if he didn't win the election, he would have been sent to prison for his role in January 6th and all the other things that he was actually found guilty of. Trump cares about power? Yeah, that. He cares about... What are my top 3 presidents ever? I would say FDR, Theodore Roosevelt, and George Washington for me. If FDR was around today, people would be calling him a socialist. And I think we need more socialist policies. Okay, game, this is funny. Should the House and Senate have term limits? I think so, yeah. Because I find it a little ridiculous that people like Mitch McConnell and also people like Nancy Pelosi can just sit in office for years and years and years and years and just like profit and rake in money from insider trading and ooh, saved. Ooh, perfect drop. Do you think Nancy is a good or bad person? I don't think she's a good person. I think, much like Trump, she also used her position of power to profit, to make like what, over $100 million in insider trading. That might not be good. I was inside the airlock. You like Bernie Sanders? I like Bernie Sanders a lot. I think had he been elected president, he probably would have been the greatest president we had in a long time. But I don't think that'll happen. I think the most evil thing that FDR did was the Japanese concentration camps. I think that was one of the worst things he did. But I do believe that we should just tax the rich and use it to better society. And I don't think that Trump believes that. because he's taking away people's health care and people's food as, what, a bargaining chip? Or, for what? He's better than Thomas Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson was also a president that was willing to put aside his own beliefs for the good of the country. In that Thomas Jefferson was an anti-federalist who believed that he did not have the power to purchase land, aka the Louisiana Purchase, but recognized that gaining the Louisiana Purchase would have been such a massive expansion to our territory that it would have made us much more powerful. And so he worked around it. He negotiated a treaty, which he is allowed to do as president, which gave us the Louisiana Purchase. I don't think that FDR instigated a global war. If anything, FDR was the one who stayed out of World War II by the vote of the people, because he held a vote or a poll or something, and he asked the American people, should we enter World War II? And the American people voted no. And then, once Hiroshima was attacked, he actually did the same thing. He asked the American people, and that's when the American people said yes. Now, do I think that the atomic bomb probably started an inevitable chain reaction that's eventually going to lead to the end of civilization? Maybe. Probably. We'll see. But his policies helped Americans significantly with getting through the Great Depression, and he's the one who set up Social Security. He's the one who set up a lot of the policies that Trump is trying to get rid of, that people today would call socialist. And I think that he is a big part of the reason why the American dream existed throughout all of the years following his presidency, where people could afford to go to college and buy a house and not be in crippling debt and have enough money to support a family. Dems can get more people to vote if they put Bernie as their main candidate. They probably would have won in 2016 if it was Bernie versus Trump. During his re-election bid in 1944. Yeah, I should be comfortably on pace. I didn't know about that Hermetrics, if I'm being honest. I don't know why the Democrats choose the wrong candidates. It's a really weird time because Trump is wildly unpopular right now. He has the highest disapproval rating, or rather, he has I believe last I checked, it was like a 37% approve and a 63% disapprove, which is the worst approval rating of any president since they started polling for presidential approval ratings. The only person who was in second place was Trump 45, who had a 37% approve and a 62% disapprove, which was right after January 6th. Trump is not popular at all. And if anything, it shows because the Republicans are not popular, because if they were popular, they would have won more elections than they did yesterday. Except the reason why the Democrats are also not popular is because the Democrats are letting Trump basically act like a dictator, and they're hardly doing anything about it. Yeah, the fact that it is 37% is nuts. You start an Ascension game without changing the round music. What round music do you have? I forget who it was. Maybe it was Scythe, or I saw someone playing Ascension and they were using the Shinonuma round change music, and it like wasn't even that bad. Yeah, the Democrats are just not popular because they're not fighting Trump's policies, like, at all. Trump is committing worse than Watergate basically daily, and they're just letting it happen. You just have default, but you want to play with Chronicles or even Origins. I haven't made those, but it is possible. I can make any song I wanted to round change music. It's actually not difficult. More popular than Biden-Harris? What do you mean? Who, Trump? Trump is not more popular than Biden-Harris. There was no point during Biden's presidency where he had a 63% disapproval. And also mostly because I think that a lot of people are recognizing that it's much less about Republicans versus Democrats, and it's a lot more about all of us versus the top 1%. The Democrats and the Republicans want us to keep fighting so that they can keep raking in AIPAC money and insider trade and whatever. And the Dems sort of ride this like, but we care about LGBTQ rights and they don't, which is true, but also that doesn't help normal people who can't afford their healthcare or their groceries. If anything, Kamala had a better plan for, tax breaks for new parents, government help with putting down payments on a home. All that was part of her plan, but Trump didn't really have any plan. He just said tariffs. Look at Trump's idea of a model Republican, Lindsey Graham. Trump said he's running for a third term. I thought, okay, so what I saw earlier this week is that he said he wasn't legally allowed to, but that he was interested in it, but he insisted that he wasn't legally allowed to. Then he said that he was allowed to run for vice president. Which, will Trump run for third term? I don't know. A bunch of Trump's cabinet members are insisting that he will run for a third term, which should scare and also piss off everyone, regardless of what side you're on. It's literally in the Constitution. He cannot have a third term. Doesn't matter how much you like him. The fact that Trump said he only had concepts of a plan during a debate and that didn't seal his fate. Yeah. The fact that that wasn't a giant red flag. The fact that he was allowed to run after an insurrection was my biggest problem. If he runs for a third term, am I going to be upset? And is there anything that I can do? Yes, I will be upset. Is there anything that I can do by myself? No. Is there something that I'd imagine that many people are going to do, which is actually revolt? Probably, yeah. I mean, we'll see how far he's allowed to get on running for a third term. Frankly, if I'm being honest, I don't think he's alive in 2028. I don't think he makes it that long. I think he's already getting worse. I mean, he literally had a stroke on camera on September 11th this year. Like, actually, I don't mean he gets assassinated. I mean, I don't think he's gonna live that long. He's disappearing for a week at a time, over and over again. He's constantly making trips to Walter Reed Medical Center. His son will run on his behalf. His son won't win an election that is free and fair. Donald Trump Jr. just does not have the sauce. The tall one, Barron? Barron's not old enough to be president. Like, if we live in a future where Barron becomes president in 4 years, he doesn't have the sauce either. Trump will allow it. Sure, but then we're actually suspending the Constitution more than we already have. You need to be 35 to become president. Barron is what, 20? Is he 20? Trump will tell everyone that he's 35. Yeah, but we all know that he's not 35. Yeah, I forget if he's 19 or 20. He's turning 20, like, in the next year, I assume. Oh! Clutch. We're gonna have another birth certificate scandal. You know what's really funny? You know who was one of the people that originally started the whole Obama wasn't born in the US scandal? It was Trump. Trump was the one who, like, started most of that. He's doing a lot better than all of us. Barron? I mean, I'm pretty sure Barron is profiting off of the insider trading. There were, like, Barron has been making a bunch of money off of crypto, and also there were a bunch of brokerage accounts that, like, shorted the US economy for millions of dollars, like, a minute before... No, it wasn't Clinton. A minute before Trump would announce tariffs. And so there was something that happened recently. Something related to a crypto or a meme coin. Do I think the Trump family should be banished from the country? I wish. I don't think the entire family is guilty, but I do think that they're all traitors to the Constitution and everything that it stands for. Okay, so unless I miss a power-up this round...
Warning. Excavator Pi will cause decompression
Why?
of Tunnel 6.
Why did it have to be this round? Okay, well, unless I miss a power-up, I do get the sub-7, which is nice. Meaning, unless I don't get what I need off the Gersh. Why couldn't it just be next round? What's round 100 speedrun world record? A lot slower than this. It's like sub 6, I believe. A lot. 5:22. That's actually insane. $5:26. But I mean, like, I'm assuming I'm gonna fall in what, 9th place? Which is weird because I'm over an hour faster than my previous run, and I think that was also 9th place. That's not bad, though. At least I'm beating Decal? Well, yeah. It's partially why I started up Moon, because he seemed to be dreading it, and I was like, but this is my favorite map. I want to have fun.
Warning. Excavator Pi will cause decompression of Tunnel 6.
Pretty sure that a sum of best splits would be 516. That's really good. Yeah, I did have 2. So I had 1 half trade, meaning I started the trade out and then got a dome drop and didn't finish the trade out, and then I had 1 full trade, which is pretty good, but he had so many excavators though. Who, the 526? What's a good SPH for Pap Ascension? Isn't it like 14 or something? Isn't it supposed to be like 14? Or maybe 15? Hermetrics, do you know? I think fast is like 16. Oh, okay. So a little slower than I thought. Yeah, maybe not 14. Because actually, this strat's supposed to be like 13. All right, let's go now. What does the excavator do? If you let the excavator breach the map, it removes gravity and oxygen from that area of the map permanently. So right now, this is Tunnel 6, the area that it's about to breach. If I let the excavator just go, it's going to remove gravity and oxygen from this area for the rest of the game.
Decompression of Tunnel 6 in 60 seconds. System files accessed. Excavator Pi. Control restored.
All right, so as long as I get a drop here, I get the sub 7. Yeah, it's just a giant digger that cuts a hole in the map, and it blocks off that area of the map until you hack it. Okay. Yep, we're fine. Easy. Sub 7, no problem. Well, that's funny. That's the excavator, the digger. So yeah, what it does is it just like, not only does it remove oxygen and gravity for the rest of the game, it blocks off being able to like go through that part of the map. How much SPH is spawn strat? Like 23 or something? It's like, it's really slow. I think it can be faster, but like Decal was playing it at least 23. If you let both tunnels breach, are you actually soft lock? If you soft locked if you teleport without hacker? Sort of. You can jump off the map and kill yourself, and if you have Quick Revive, I think it spawns you on the other side. Or on co-op, you kill yourself and then spawn on the other side where the other player is. But if everyone teleports, then you can end up soft locked. Moon Realm 100 is actually quite easy, and I have a great tutorial explaining how you can do it on, like, your first try. At least, I think, like, this strategy is easy enough that you could do it in only a couple tries. Unless you're decal. The biggest bugaboo about this strategy is glitching the ceiling spawn, is the problem. Can you activate Nightmare in solo if you get to the other side by jumping off the cliff? I actually don't know. Is it super detrimental if you don't care about speed? Not necessarily. You will be sacrificing a lot of speed and also a lot of efficiency because, like, what makes this strat work so well is, like, for example, the reason why this strat works so well, I'm killing zombies here with the zap guns. Those zombies are respawning into the window, and then I'm killing almost a full horde with the wave gun, and then I'm killing a couple more with the zap guns. So I end up getting like 27 or sometimes 28 kills per wave gun shot, including the zap guns. But if the ceiling is glitched and they only spawn here, the best way to play is just wave gun, wait 5 seconds. Wave gun, wait for them all to spawn. Wave gun, wait for them all to spawn. And because of the wave gun's delay, it ends up being like 17 seconds per horde, and then you don't use the zap guns. And so you either sacrifice efficiency by not using the zap guns at all, or you sacrifice speed by using the zap guns in the middle, but like killing a couple zombies at a time and then using the wave gun, which just ends up being slower. Hey, Chronic JP Cole, bongs up. It is more fun to swap between the two. I mean, listen, as long as you don't hit the master spawner, you won't glitch it. It's just that, like, it can be real finicky. And sometimes if you look too far to the right, you end up glitching it without realizing it. And that just, like, is such a downer. Yeah, it's just more fun to use the patch as well, knowing that you're not gonna, like, fuck up. Because the other thing that can happen is, like, sometimes you just end up in a weird spot where too many spawn from the ceiling, they start chasing you, and then, like, you have to choose, do I want to die, or do I want to shoot the wave gun in this direction? And then you glitch the spawn because you would have died otherwise. And that just sucks, you know? Squidward tennis balls. Squidward's clarinet. You know, it's funny. The reason why I picked the clarinet when I first started learning an instrument is because I wanted to be like Squidward. Also, 649 to 100. That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure that's better than my previous run by over an hour. Let me check real quick. I want to see what my previous time was. Better than my Biodome only run? Yeah, by a lot. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so I'm over an hour faster. Because here's the round transition into 100, and I'm just missing the sub 8. So it's funny, because this is not only my first sub 8, it's also my first sub 7. It's my first sub 8, and I missed it by 26 seconds. And now it's my first sub 7 as well. Yeah, it makes sense. So I'm happy with that. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm happy. My first sub 8 and my first sub 7. Let's keep it going. I didn't need to up my FOV, I'm just realizing. Cannot use box patch, mainly on BO3 Moon, because you cannot get the dingo, because it just cycles QEDs and Gershes. What do you mean you can't use box patch? What box patch are you using? Because with the latest version of DS4C, you can change the gun order. There's not only with the command, on the latest version, you can just do it in the pause menu. You can change the order, and you can set it to dingo. Oh. I got trapped on that geometry. Hey, Maz, welcome back. Wait, really? I don't see that option. There should be, so if you you're on DS4C. If you pause, like on the bottom right here, there should be like a patches button. I don't want to have to open up BO3 to show you. If you're, I'm assuming you're on the latest version of DS4C. Yeah, it's clickable. And you can change your first box order, so you can just set it to be dingo. Thoughts on Black Ops 2 and why it's overrated? I don't think it's overrated. I like Black Ops 2. I think Jake overhates it a little bit. I do think it's worse than Black Ops 1, because Black Ops 1 is a relatively stable game, and most maps revolve around playing faster than the reset. On Black Ops 2, a majority of the maps revolve around beating the error, which kind of sucks. Because I would rather it just work. For a console player, would you recommend you play with or without gravity? You only plan on going to 100, so you don't care too much about speed. Probably play without gravity then, just because it makes it a lot safer. And by far, the most difficult part of the strategy is doing the horde up in... Wait, BO1 or BO3? I'm going to continue talking about BO1. By far, the most difficult part of the strategy is doing the horde up with the Gershes in this room. And if you play without gravity, you don't have to do that, which saves tons of time. Origins being a 25-hour error actually makes it a very fun and competitive map, but also at the same time, it's like, man, it should just work. Yeah, so BO1 on Xbox, I would just play without oxygen. Go to the biodome for every drop. It's slower, but, like, it's so much safer. Why would there ever be a 3-round burst weapon? I don't understand. I don't know, ask the people that designed it. Do I think Origins would be 255 if the 25-day error didn't happen? I do not, because tank strat is really slow, and even if you had 90 hours, like, doing tank strat and full hordes with the ice staff and the wind staff is just way too slow. Pungs up Jordan after stream. After stream. Which, speaking of, I'm probably not gonna go that much longer, but like at least an hour longer. What about with Genstrat? Genstrat might change things, but it also took us until, what, earlier this year to discover that? So, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we would see a 255. What's the workaround if you don't have the timer? Just walk backwards so you're always looking at the horde. Which obviously makes it a little bit more difficult and a little slower because you can't sprint, but you won't get despawners. Like, you can just walk backwards all the way to where you're going. Please go another 12 hours. Unfortunately, I am not Decal. Do you think any more BO2 maps will hit 255? Probably Transit. Yeah, 173 is not even 25% of the way to 255 is the thing. So, like, if it takes us 25 hours to get there, assuming we have 90 hours of total playtime, maybe. I doubt it. Yeah, like, this right here is the hardest part of the strategy, is doing the horde up. Brazilians will never let Transit rest until the 255. I might want to throw my hat in there. Now that we know about the error, I just need to practice the jet gun. And, like, you don't need to play fast. You just need to get there without erroring. Yeah, but freeze? What causes the freeze is the question. Multiple freezes? I mean, I know that. It's not easy. But I think Transit will probably be the next 255. They don't know? Oh, boy. That's always a good sign. It's going well. I might get off at like 10 o'clock. Thoughts on Zoran? I am very, very happy that he won. And I hope that he's able to do some good things for the city. We'll see. I think that a lot of people are saying, oh, New York City's gonna go to hell. New York City's gonna go down the shitter. We'll see. We'll see. Listen, I think regardless of who won the race, I'd be wishing them the best. But also if it means that I eventually won't have to pay for buses, I'm not complaining about that. I'll probably be using the bus more often. Congrats on the new mayor. Thank you. We'll see. I have a lot of pride in my city. Young people turned out in large numbers to support Zoran, which makes me really happy because it gives me hope that politics isn't completely dead. And I had fun in my last election ever. Curtis Sliwa should have won. He was never going to win. Curtis Sliwa has no plan for the city, by the way. Is that 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time? Yeah, so probably in 50 minutes from now, 50 minutes from now, I'm gonna get off. If people wanted Curtis to win, then Cuomo should have dropped out of the race and Trump should have endorsed Sliwa and not Cuomo. That would have probably given them the best chance. Remember, Cuomo's the one who lost the primary. He was a good man. He was a good man. He is a very honest, true New Yorker. I don't think he deserves to be the mayor of the city, but I do think that he isn't like a lot of the rest of the Republican Party in that he wasn't going to just sit and let Trump send in ICE and the National Guard to ruin the city, which Cuomo definitely would have. Mamdani, I feel like, is the best candidate to actually fight back against Trump's corrupt policies. Do you think, how do you think ancient, what? How do you expect me to answer that question? With their genitalia is my bet. Yeah. When a man loves a woman. Did you read that as ancient evil? No, I didn't. I read that and said, what the hell? You know, the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates, you know, the guy who invented the app Bumble, the dating apps were really big back then, in ancient times. No, I was talking to Amy, who wrote the question, so I was like, ancient, and I was like, what? Without language and things like social norms? Probably the same way that animals do it. It's just kind of human instinct, or not human instinct, it's just instinct. It's like, it's natural. Like, animals don't speak English and, like, you know, they consent, they have their own way of doing so. I'd imagine humans, before we had language, sort of had a similar thing going on, but it's very difficult to say. We only know so much about what life was even like. Like, we barely know what life was like 1,000 years ago, other than what little has been written down, let alone, I don't know, 14,000 years ago. Do you think that way should be allowed now? What way? The way the ancient people did it? What are you asking? Are you asking if sex should be allowed? What? Based on instinct? That's sort of how it works now. Is you find someone attractive and then you do the deed. It's just that there's this thing called consent that happens first, which I would imagine still happened in ancient times, just in a different form. Just without language. When am I gonna have a baby? When I get married. But I don't know. Going to college for philosophy, and I think so much of social norm, and why is it forced? Do you think if social norm wasn't forced that we'd all just be like walking around naked? What am I waiting on? A girl? And for me to not be in my 20s? Kind of want to wait. I'm not ready to have a kid. I have a new governor. I don't have a new governor. The governor is the same person as it was. There was no election for governor for my state. You thought I was moving back to New York City? Yeah, Zoran's not the governor, he's the mayor. And I want to move back to New York City. I don't have specific plans to. I just moved out of New York City earlier this year because I couldn't afford it. Well, I could afford it. It was just expensive. He's not a governor, he's a mayor. He runs one city, not the whole state. I work in New York City. Which isn't all that much different. I'm going to be in New York City tomorrow for work. I don't doubt it. I don't know why people are calling Zoran a communist. I don't know what of his policies are communist. I don't need to do that. Also, Zoran's not the mayor yet. His term doesn't start till January 1st. So I still don't have a new mayor. Is hacking the magic drops always a max ammo? Yes, unless you hack a max ammo, in which case it becomes a fire sale. Why don't we all love each other? Why does everything have to be so complicated? For a lot of times I just blame religion. Religion has divided us heavily, which is kind of crazy because, like, it's entirely possible that Jesus was just some guy who wrote a book about himself. And it's also entirely possible that nobody knows what happens after we die. And so the fact that we fought tons and tons and tons of wars over it, basically to this day, it's kind of crazy. Do you think that men and women should switch to see the difference? I think that would do a lot of good for society, probably. Why can't the world unite under Infinite Warfare zombies? Because some people like multiplayer and didn't like Infinite Warfare's multiplayer. Wookiee working on switching. That's a way to put it. That's an interesting fun fact. I've always wondered why that was the case. Yeah, that is real. The elephant sounds. What does that fun fact mean? Which one? The elephant sounds? Means exactly what it says. Hi, Ionic Hyperspace. I have to decide when I'm gonna let Tunnel 11 breach. I don't know. I think as soon as it takes on average like 2 power-ups or 2 Gershes for me to finish a round, like 2 max ammos for me to finish a round, then I'm gonna let it breach. Because by the time I have to do this multiple times around, it's just gonna be worth going to the Biodome. What did you miss? I don't know. When did you get here? Probably missed a lot. Why breach Tunnel 11? Because holding the PES will actually save 11 entities, which means it will be longer before I reset. And the idea is, like, once I need multiple max ammos per round, I don't want to have to worry about potentially dying while trying to get the max and having to shoot to... Can't believe I'm still live? Why not? I've only been live for 3.5 hours. I'm also gonna get off in like 30 minutes. Oh, hello. How's bowling? How much time does that add? It adds about 3 hours to the end of the game. Bowled a 708, mediocre third game. That's pretty good. Are you home now? Are you gonna play some Ancient Evil? No? Okay. I'm gonna get off in like 35 minutes. Probably a few more rounds. Oh. Why? Nice red screen. Nice red screen on the second to last horde of the round. I think you have to do fun fact space 31. How do you think ancient people played video games? In low quality. Did you guys get the fatal error thing on the boy client when you try running online zombies? I've never had that happen, no. I've also never tried to run online on boy. That isn't the one, was it? Should you get Taco Bell again? I like Taco Bell. They played Bird Game 1 for the Xbox 10. Yeah. Oh, that... You guys don't remember Bird Game 3 for the Xbox 50? Do you guys remember when that came out? Good times, man. Pretty sure the Ancients just played on N64. Shit was lit. Yo, you got that Bird Game 3? Does Decal not like BO4? Has he made that known? Oh, I thought I reloaded. Man, now I'm hungry. Me too. Okay, can I show you what has been my... Besides Bird Game 3... Did anyone see the guy who has a store in his trunk? Hold on, I gotta find the, here.
I put a stove in my trunk. I put a stove in my trunk. I put a stove in my trunk. I said I put a stove in my trunk. Shit, I got famous Oreos, chocolate chip, peanut butter, nutter butter, oatmeal pie, Skittles, Sawbirds, grill meat, fruit snack, Cracker Jack,
Cheez-Its.
Oh, that nigga lit. I got moon pie, honey buns, granola bars, and chewing gum. I got moon pies and honey buns, granola bars and chewing gum. Jet 2 quarter, $5, 10 nickel, 50 penny, cash up and cash out. Most definitely on the mouth. And no cap. Hey, I got 1 quarter for y'all, 1 quarter and 1 quarter only. Tell them, fella. Would y'all like anything?
Would y'all like anything? Would y'all like anything?
Would y'all like anything? I know that, right?
Bro got a stove in his trunk.
I'm a stove in my trunk.
My favorite part about this video is how everyone knows the lyrics.
I put
Put a stove in my trunk. I put a stove in my trunk. I said I put a stove in my trunk. This is sick. It's amazing. Miss the Xbox 720 concepts. We all saw that one video. of the Xbox 720. What's the code name for the wave gun and the claymores? I don't know. Off the top of my head. I would actually... You'll never catch me saying this, but I would check... No, I'm not even going to say. I'm not even going to say the COD Wiki, because even that gets it wrong. Like, he got the WAF wrong. Yeah, microwave gun. DW might be Black Ops 3, right? Isn't it microwave gun ZM? I don't know about claymores. Probably something mines. Oh! I threw my own grenade! God. I mean, you know what I could do? I could get rid of Quick Revive. Like, do that now. I tried to throw a second grenade. Why did the grenade bounce so close to me? That sucks. See, I'm tempted to just get rid of the machine now. Nah. Just in case. And also, this is why I didn't glitch the Cosmo. That's so unfortunate. Entirely preventable, too. Entirely preventable. Removes an entity? Yeah. I don't think I'm ready for that. Well, the rest of this round is gonna suck. At least I already got my max. What a stupid way to die. What a stupid way to die. I'm taking solace in the fact that, like, eventually I want to get rid of the quick revive machine anyway for entities, but damn. So upsetting. How many of these fun facts are in Call of the Dead? I'm not sure. Evelyn was the one who... Whoa, 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 whoa. Controller, what is going on? That might be my cue, man. That might be my cue that this is, that this stream needs to end sooner rather than later. How does the zipline affect the mystery box? It contributes to the box error. If you hit the box too many times in a single game, you will crash. But riding the zipline also contributes towards that. It'll mean you crash earlier. Who's the best zombies YouTuber of all time? I don't know. Grenades? Yeah, grenades kill you with Jug. If you fucking cook one of your own grenades. Which, I didn't realize I was picking up my own grenade because I threw it into the window and it fucking bounced right next to me. I wouldn't call Jimothy just a zombies YouTuber. Yodi Slayer? Although Yodi Slayer is the reason why people keep asking me, oh, can you get free perks off the pads? It's because of him. Also, is this round gonna end before I have to get another drop? Because otherwise this is awkward. It's definitely not Lex. Really? I was that close to the end of the round. Fast guides glitch? Where has he been? I feel like he hasn't uploaded since BO4. All time must be Milo? Yeah, right. Ali A, I don't think counts as a zombies YouTuber. You and Fast God's Glitch both quit uploading Modern COD after the Tomb. That's funny. I didn't realize he was still making videos on BO6. Who's the best zombies player of all time? Depends which game. There's no one definitive. I always wonder why big YouTubers never played high rounds, because I don't think any of them are that good at high rounds. And they never tried to be. Just how bad is the Tomb? I don't even know if it's the worst map on the game. I just think BO6 isn't that fun. The Tomb is definitely the easiest map in the game. Lex did do 100 runs. Yeah, he's like one of those guys that actually did high round runs. 2 Pro For You games and like the Smith Plays used to do high round videos, but their high round tutorials were like, here's how to get to round 35. Not with that title, but with like, I remember distinctly watching a video of 2 Pro For You games teaching about a brand new Origin strategy, and the strat was training around Gen 4 and Gen 5, and using the Mauser, and every time you run out of, or upgraded Mauser, and every time you run out of upgraded Mauser, you dig until you get an unupgraded Mauser, and then pack-a-punch that. Which, all things considered, is pretty creative of a strat, but... That seems so slow without speed. It is. Well, that sucks. Where did my speed cola go? Into the void. Max drops per round? 4, but really 8. Why really 8? Because you saw I just got 4 drops on that round. Except if you teleport and then teleport back, if you teleport to No Man's Land and then teleport back to the moon, it gives you 4 more. It resets it back to 4. So I will have 4 more left when I get back. I don't make it back before the round starts, so just wait. Why didn't you return to the strat after the first max? To get speed cola back, because I need that. The rest of the drops are going to waste. I don't need the rest of the drops. I'm about to end the round anyway. I have killed Zombie Richtofen on the Nocturne Totem tutorial. You mean on mobile? All things considered, good down recovery. You're 33 now? Man. I feel old. When I take a break, do I alt-tab and put my PC to sleep? I don't alt-tab, I'm just playing in windowed borderless. And I hibernate my PC. Which is perfectly safe. Yeah, I'm 25. In 9 months... No, wait. 8 months. In 8 months, I will be off of my parents' healthcare plan. And I have no idea what I'm gonna do. See, you want to make me feel like Unk? The first time I played this map, I was 11 years old. Rather die than pay for healthcare. Told you. It's close to the end of the round. All right, this will be the last round that I play this stream. Just because I'm tired. You don't know what map to play now? Buried. I do not have a monkey round next round. Loki suck on buried early rounds. Are you running the 2 spawn on in the top of the tunnel above Speed Cola? That strat's really easy. Nice glitch shot. Let's go. Can you hibernate a PC on plutonium because you have? Yeah, you can hibernate your PC on plutonium. There's just certain PC settings you need, but you can just change those settings pretty easily. Pause_hard. You run out of Sally ammo and die unburied. What about your Mark II? Also, like, for the early rounds unburied, don't be afraid to use your Paralyzer. It slows it down, but, like, you will survive. Paralyzer kills till 70. Well, yes, but, like, you don't want to be past round 50 using the Paralyzer, and you definitely don't want to be past round 70. Once you hit round 50 anyway, just run the high round strat. Well, that's great. Game heard that it was my last round and it said, bet. You're staying here for a while. The Ice Staff Turtle shell strat is broken? Yeah. That's great. Game really heard me say I want to get off at the end of the round and said, you ain't getting off anytime soon. My top 3 maps are Moon, Shadows of Evil, Call of the Dead, in that order. Okay, this time I'm not gonna forget to hack the outside box. You do have to be offline for it to work. What's my bottom three? Definitely not Vanguard. My bottom three, Dead of the Night, Terminus, Firebase C. What's wrong with Terminus? Most of the map isn't even used, you know? Like, the boats are just so clunky and completely disrupt the flow of the gameplay. Durong Fong over Firebase C. Well, I wasn't counting Durong Fong. I don't think that's a map. I would put Durong Fong and Outbreak in the bottom. Actually, take away Firebase C and replace it with... What's Terra Maledicta? I'm not making it to that insta-kill. That's unfortunate. Guess I hate mimics. It's not about the mimics. Although I don't really like mimics. How did I glitch the dude out? I have a whole video explaining it. If you go to my YouTube channel, look at my video on glitching the astronaut and I explain it. It's close to the top. It was uploaded a couple months ago. Oh, I didn't think I would get that. Ah, I didn't get it. Oh well. One just respawned. Couple are respawning. Did I just hear a drop? I did. I'm not making it over there. I can barely hear it when it's over there. Which mini-boss do I hate the most? The Disciples. Semi-middle, semi-middle. Are you serious? How did I miss that? That sucks. Game wants me to play for a lot longer. No QEDs for me. No QEDs for me. Unfortunate. Got there too early. Okay, semi left. Thank you. Unfortunate. Man, that's 2 nukes. And I didn't get a drop. So that was 5 hordes without a drop. What do I cap my FPS? I do 250. How often do dome drops appear? It's about every 2 minutes. But I think it's a random interval. But it's around 2 minutes. It's already, it just finished the song and it's just playing it again. Give me that. Semi left. Thank you. Dome drops win again. Woo! Okay. Your box got a Q. I got a QED in my trunk. I got a QED in my trunk. I got a stove in my trunk. I got a stove in my trunk. Another dome drop. Did I just distance despawn the zombies that were in the biodome? Oh my god. What was that? Why did I just teleport into the air? All right, let me just end this round. Whew! All right. I love dome drops. I don't know if that counts as a trade. I never traded for QEDs. Even though it wasted time. I'm probably saving, like, it's truly impossible to say how much time I'm saving by doing that. It's a time loss, but it's not a trade. I'm saving so many box hits, I'm saving so much time. Semi-trade. How often does doming save me from having to trade? Let's put it this way. I've only had to complete a trade once this game, and it's saved me twice. So the odds on that right now are pretty good. And that's also considering that was unlucky because I had 2 nukes and an insta-kill. So I went through 3 hordes before I got my drop, which would have been potentially all 3 QEDs or all 3 Gershes. If I went through all 3 QEDs and one of them didn't kill the zombies, then that would have been me trading back again for Gershes. Bakotel. It's impossible to say, though. But it does save me quite often. Hey, Himaz. Nice glitch shot. Yeah, this is with glitched Cosmo. Dead of the Night guide when? I already have one, actually. I believe it's still public. I don't think I unlisted it. Do I plan on streaming tomorrow? Yes, probably in the morning, because I'm working in the afternoon, and then I have plans in the evening. And it might be a short stream. How's the round not over? Am I on my second drop of the round? Also, is this the end of the round? No, it's not. They're just all... When Dead of the Night round 100 video? Already on my channel. Already exists. Solo split screen challenge when? I could do that. Can you hear the alarm going through the helmet while the excavator is down? You can. So you only hear the alarm if you're in the tunnel that is being excavated. But if you're playing in Tunnel 11 while Tunnel 11 is breached, you will hear the alarm. And yeah, there's no way to disable it, unfortunately. It's just a pain in the ass. I'm very sorry. Or a pain in the ears, I should say. But on that note, I want to get off. I'm tired. Thank you all for watching.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see. All right. Best way to do is glitch astronaut, try with gravity for a bit, and then let it breach if you have to. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way. I hope you hit 100 tomorrow as well. Okay. I gotta handle some work. Thank you all for watching. I will be back probably tomorrow morning. I'll see you all then. Goodbye. Good night.